Hello, hello, welcome back for our very last episode of Champions of the Fae Season 2. Uh, I'm really excited for this one. It's gonna be fun. It's probably gonna be crazy, and I'm sad it's ending, but also really excited to see how it ends. So, yeah, buckle up. It's going to be awesome. Before we jump in, though, I'm going to say a few words about sponsors just real quick. They are Fundamental RPG, which is a simple D20 system. It's not tied to a genre, so you can use it to play anything from high fantasy to sci-fi and everything in between. You can pick that up over on Amazon if you want the physical book, or over at coffee.com/raven, like it's spelled at the bottom of the screen, if you want the free quick play guide or the PDF. Also, go check out my page over at Start Playing Games. I do all my Ravenflight game stuff there, where you can hire me to be a GM for your game. I've got a few different things going on right now, a couple of really cool campaigns that you can hop in on. They're just getting started, and a one-shot coming up in April. There's the link there in chat if you want to go check that out. And then finally, we are affiliated with Die Hard Dice. So if you go to dieharddice.com and use the code BLACKFEATher, you can get 10% off of your order. And then one more shout out to Children and Champions of the Fae. It's a D&D 5th edition supplement that we're using for this campaign. It's really cool. They got a lot of neat stuff in there, so definitely go check that out. All that out of the way, let's introduce our players. Starting at the top left with Anna. Tell us about Ilyana slash all the other names and yourself.
Yes, I can't believe the season is almost over. But I am Anna, aka Archival Dust Bunny most places on the internet. I'm a queer and trans advocate museum worker and TTRPG streamer and podcaster. You can find me on Twitter and most social media at Archival Dust Bunny. And I play a complicated character. I play Penumbra, Princess of the Summer Court and the Summer Queen Shadow. The party, though, knows her as both Princess Lorelei and Ileana. She's a changeling, and has taken on a number of faces in this campaign. She is currently wearing the face of Princess Lorelei, and is covered in demon ichor and her own blood.
Awesome. Next, we've got Ian. Tell us about Marosha and yourself.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I'm Ian. You can find me on all socials at your boy Big, which is YABIBIG. And I play Marosha, the half orc barbarian, who honestly just definitely tonight looking to hit a lot of stuff and ready to see what's going on. Super excited.
Fantastic. Next, we've got Par. Tell us about Grin and yourself.
Hey, I'm Par. I play TTRPGs with people like this. I am playing Gren Vicaris, an agent of Lucen, who's just trying to keep people alive and hopefully potentially not die himself.
Fantastic. M, tell us about Ben and yourself.
Yeah, I'm Emily. I'm at Timberdoodles on Twitter. I'm a digital artist, and I play Ben, a human artificer who would really just like to survive the day and go home.
Excellent. Looks like I'm next. I'm Raven. I'm a professional game master and game designer. I do just about everything in the tabletop space aside from like dice. Yet I probably will do that eventually. And then I play Othi, who's a halfling paladin, who excuse me, who's an adventurer by day and a therapist by night. Her whole goal this time is to keep everybody else alive and hopefully not die herself. She got a new hammer last week, which is really freaking cool. So I'm excited for hammer time coming up. Next, we've got Zan. Tell us about Baron and yourself.
I will as soon as I'm done laughing from Par in chat. He's killing me. I'm Zan. I'm Zanity TTRPG most places. I do a lot of tabletop stuff. Most of it is, well, all of it is pretty fucking cool. But I'll talk about that later on here. And I am playing Varen, who is a very a kind forest horror who just wants to kind of just well, I think it's violence. I think violence is on the menu, but I'm sure there's a better reason for it.
It's the best way to describe Varen. It's
Right?
like they just want to. Well, it's perfect.
Last but not least, Andy, tell us about your awesome self and this awesome world that you've had us in, and take it away.
Hi, I'm Andy, or Andrew Martin, whatever. I'm your DM, the world that around you and everybody that you're going to have to fight today, and also the people that might be on your team. Who knows? There's a lot of stuff happening right now. And we'll talk more about what I get up to later. There's some other projects in the works, but let's go ahead and jump right in. Back to where we were. It's our finale here. So let's back up a little bit. As you all met on your own terms, doing your own jobs, doing your own things, and have now become the group that you are today, the group that is tasked with saving the Feywild while everything is on fire and demons are everywhere. You uncovered and obtained a once unknown powerful artifact that was hidden and kept away by the Unseelie court, and realized that it might have been being kept secret for a reason. As, well, eventually the members of your group obtained it and were on another mission at the same time to figure out the rumors of the Primal Court. After figuring out, well, you're actually after the same object, and their goals aren't quite what you anticipated them to be at the very beginning. Well, you brought the seed back to the city of Mayaheya, the capital of the Summer Court, and tried your best to plan its safety, as you know that the demons are on their way. The demon lords are on their way, and the artifact itself turns out to be a demon lord itself, called Meligarius, who, after learning a little bit more about it, was defeated many eons ago and obtained into a seed form. Well, his goals never changed, as he's set upon taking over the Feywilds and creating his own abomination out of your home. Now, bringing the seed back to the city and discussing with the Summer Court that was established about the best ways to go about whatever happens next, you met the Rule of Three in battle with a pair of hags. The Rule of Three, again, is not a demon lord himself, but the son of a demon lord that you have not yet met, named Grazitz. And you managed to shut them down, closed off the portal into the abyss, removed both hags from the playing field, and grabbed the ring and the dagger that were once worn by the Rule of Three himself. You were met in the field by the Bear King and some of his companions, and they took over a portion of the battle as soon as you were summoned by Emintiezen, the ageless god of treants and the sage of the Summer Court, telling you to get back immediately, as the seed itself was under attack. You were attempting to cut off a large portion of the demons sent to siege on the city, but it dawned on you that there might have been multiple fronts to this onslaught. As if the seed itself makes its way into the ground, the demonic tendrils and roots will consume and transform the Feywilds that you know. Emintiezen grew one of his roots out of the ground and opened a portal. As one by one, you jumped through, leaving one battle and immediately jumping into another one. As one by one, you jump and transport yourself into the catacombs and dungeons and vaults underneath the Sylvan city of Mayaheya. One by one, you emerge, and it takes a moment for your eyes to adjust to the darkness. And inside the vault, you find yourself sitting in a vast network of interconnected tunnels and chambers. Some of you know that each one of these is protected by powerful wards and enchanted traps, and most are not your main goal. The walls around you are made of the hardest, most durable stone. The floor is paved with gleaming, unbreakable crystal. And the roots of Emintiezen can be seen growing through even these as you emerge from one of the roots up in the ceiling and make your way into this winding corridor. And as you emerge, you can immediately feel the weight of centuries and eons of magic pressing down on you. You hear the distant echoes of a battle currently being fought, won or lost. It's hard to tell at this point. The haunting whispers of these ancient chambers and enchantments that still linger in the air. You can smell similar smells of fire and ichor that you've been dealing with, but also the feeling of the summer magic that's been helping you along the way. As you listen, you can follow the sounds of the ongoing fight as you approach the heart of the vault, where you know that Ementiasen is keeping the seed. You come across a massive chamber, and glancing inside, you hear that there's commotion happening in there already. Looking through, you can see that there's a battle, fierce raging between demons and Fae alike. The chamber is filled with sounds of clashing swords and crackling magic, and cries of wounded or victory. Again, depending on where you look, it's hard to tell. The air is thick with a stench of brimstone and acrid smoke of this burning magic and ichor. As you watch from the safety of the shadows, you can see that right now the battle seems pretty evenly matched. And there's a few things in here. There's hellhounds, imps on the demon side, and a few that you don't quite recognize that just look purely monstrous in their make. And on the other side, you see that there's members of the Forest Guard, tooth fairies, and other members that are still down here. Some look to be injured and fallen. Some look that they are still up and about. And you can also see that in this chamber, there's a few other corridors. It looks like this is the centralized chamber. It also seems like there are several closed doors in here. One on the left looks like it is barricaded, and you can see that there are, well, looking through there, you can see that there are people that are hiding in there. It's hard to tell who they are exactly, but it looks like they are non-combatants that came here for safety and now have discovered that this is maybe not the safest place to be at the moment. You can also see that there is a larger door that is covered in these roots of Ementiasen. You don't see him himself, but you do see a few trees that are fighting alongside, that are standing guard next to this massive door. As the battle rages on, you know the seat is behind that door. What do you do right now?
Kind of turn back towards the rest of the group. If we have any healing, let's do it now. I know I've been stabbed. I don't know about everyone else, but then we need to get in there.
Othi chimes up. Yeah, I got you. Here. And she'll reach over and, how much health did you say you were down?
I'm currently down 24 hit points.
Let's do like 15.
I'm gonna redo Vigilant Blessing.
Wait, did any of that, do you guys have to use a spell slot for that?
I did not know.
No.
No. Vigilant Blessing is a feature. So Ileana, you have advantage on your next initiative roll.
Cool, because if anybody needs it, I've been holding onto this for the entire campaign. I have a potion of greater healing if anyone needs it.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a good thing to keep in our back pocket.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'll take a look at everyone else, and then glancing out at the battle, what's the biggest thing I see?
Well, as you glance around, the biggest thing you see is currently this monstrous fiend that looks like it's standing about 10 or 15 feet tall in this chamber that is currently being assaulted by a few members of the Forest Guard. They look to be shooting magical arrows at it that aren't quite doing the job perfectly. But as you take a glance around, you hear a commotion from up the corridor and behind you as an explosion erupts. And you see a figure, two figures. One of them is currently flying on what you think was a broom, but with a second glance as it flies through, you notice that there's no brushes at the edge, but a massive scythe that it's currently sitting on. You also see another individual enter, as this one is smaller, not one that you recognize. A beautiful young woman walks past with long black hair and a cruel smile on her face. She's got a pair of horns growing from her forehead and a pair of somewhat smallish leathery wings that sprout from her back. Her gaze is sharp and predatory, and she looks over and smiles, showing her sharp teeth, as she immediately vanishes. And it takes you a second to realize that she's appeared inside of the middle of this chamber, flying into the sky, as she unfurls her wings, and from around her are these scintillating multicolored lights that all fly out. And it takes over most of this room as the members of the Forest Guard and any Fae who is currently fighting on your team in this area. Some of them seem to immediately be caught in a wave of terror and fear as they turn and drop their weapons and start to cower on the floor around her. As some other members seem unfazed, but now worried that there are these other two entities that have entered the battle. So now you have a few things going on. There's the big fiend, the one on the scythe, and the one flying in the center of the room.
Not gonna lie, flying on a scythe is pretty badass.
Yeah,
And you do recognize the one on the scythe as well. You've seen this one at least once. This is the Death Hag, Ruthie, who has now made an appearance. She doesn't look uninjured, but she doesn't look very hurt. She looks like she's had a little bit of a fight getting here in the first place, but this is her ultimate goal.
And she's the one that I would peg as the big enemy, right? Knowing what I know from...
Mm-hmm. At least right now, yes. Let's go ahead and roll initiative.
Awesome. And I actually remembered for the first time, I think this entire campaign, that my shield gives me advantage on initiative.
Amazing.
It's decent.
That's 17 for me.
18 for me.
I also got an 18.
I also got a 17.
Nice.
11.
Right, so we have... Wow, par with a 22. Excellent.
I don't love being at the top of initiative.
Someone's got to be. All right. And then we have Ileana with an 18. And then Marosha with another 18. With 17. We have Ben with an 11. Viren, what did you get? You also got a 17. Excellent. I see that.
A lot of duplicates.
All right. As you all look around and see the newcomers to this battle, as the Fae that were on your team and holding their own now have seemingly split in, well, at least half, as some are cowering and some are still trying their best with half their forces now. Gren, what do you want to do?
Okay. It can end the frightened condition. I think I'm gonna re-up Twilight Sanctuary because even if it's not done at this point, I think there's only like 2 rounds left. So I'm gonna use my action to re-up that. I will send that through. Only 1 more channel divinity. Thank you, Amulet of the Devout. And I think I'll probably do. I'll use another bonus action to re-up my Steps of Night as well, so that I can continue to fly. That's the second one, so I have two more of those left. And I think Spirit Guardians, it hasn't been 10 minutes, so Spirit Guardians is still up. So I'm going to fly into the chamber about 50 feet. And that's my turn. That's all I can do.
All right. Excellent. So with Spirit Guardians, the radius for that is, let me check, 15 feet around you. Okay, excellent. Okay, excellent. Good setup. As you fly in, the figure that you just met for the first time flying right above you, and also the center of this room, as you fly up towards her. Are you getting close enough to hit her with the spiritual guardians? Within 15 feet of her? Or are you sticking back a little bit?
I think I will.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I will.
All right. So it'll start its turn there. It's gonna make she's gonna make a wisdom saving throw. As your stars and moons around you engulf her. Oh yes, you also still remember do have the blessing of the Summer Queen that is still active. Yes, correct. So that is the extra movement speed as well as the resistance to fire damage. And she is going to, with a wisdom saving throw, roll a 9. And as your stars engulf her, they look like they circle around her as if it were working. As she flaps her wings and a wave of black energy, she's going to use a legendary resistance to not take any of that damage. All right. And it is her turn. As she is going to fly directly at you, smiling, wide, black hair flowing behind her, claws out and ready. And she's going to hit you with a claw. And that is going to be 14 to hit, which is not going to do it for your 20 AC. The next one is going to be, that one is going to hit. That's a 23 to hit. That first, second attack. And that's going to be 10 slashing damage plus 10 necrotic damage as she slashes these black demonic claws, which at first you thought might have just been paint, but now you realize is just what they are. As you take a claw attack straight to the chest, as she is now right up next to you, eyes unblinking, teeth snarling.
Ouch.
Next up, Ileana. What do you want to do?
That is a good question. I'm going to Ruthie flew past. How far is she away from me right now?
Ruthie flew through the battle. So she is looking like she is, her main focus is the door that currently is rooted closed by M&T Essen.
How far is that from me?
This chamber is pretty big. It's about 150 feet out.
Okay, that's a piece of cake.
Yeah, for you, sure.
My walking speed is 80 feet right now.
Yeah, fair enough.
You said 150?
Roughly.
Okay, so I will have to...
Yeah, this chamber's about 300 square foot or so.
Yeah, I need to draw her attention, so I will run forward without running into the middle of the battle. I will run forward and bonus action dash, and I'll move... I hate to bonus action dash for 10 feet. But it is what it is. I'll move 100 feet, and I'll get within 50 feet of her. And as soon as I'm within that range, my soul blade, the spike twists into my hands, and I will just kind of underhand throw it at her. I'm assuming I don't get advantage on this.
Not on this one.
Is anybody engaged with her?
You know what? That is a fair point, actually. She is not engaged currently with anything except the roots of Ementiezin.
Does that count as an ally?
That
That's a
does count as
personal
an ally.
question. If
Yes,
she's
actually.
engaged,
That
we
is
just
fair enough.
met.
I was gonna say if anybody would be, it's
Yep.
probably Marosha.
Yeah, love hags.
Yeah, we know.
It's my jam.
I'll ask him for purposes of sneak attack.
Yes, actually, I will grant you that. She is distracted trying to get through this roots. Fair point.
Awesome. As she's distracted, I will throw. I'm going to expend. I'm going to try and expend psionic energy die.
Okay.
Just to see. 19.
A 19 is going to hit. Yeah.
Awesome. 37 points of psychic damage.
Excellent. Sweet.
Does that get her attention, or does she just ignore me?
That definitely does get her attention. And she
Okay.
gets hit in the back of the head by this psychic magical blast, and she turns back with fire in her eyes. You got her attention now.
Great. A solid plan. That's all of my stuff.
Okay. Up next, Marosha. Both of you are on deck.
Alrighty. So, I remember from last session, like I jumped in right after Ileana did, so I would assume that we were close. From where she was, is Ruthie closer to me, or is it the one that's the hag that's with Gren?
The one that's closest to you is the one with Gren, who is not a hag.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, there's only
Okay.
one hag here right now, and it is Ruthie.
Okay, beautiful. I want to go up to the one that's on Gren.
Okay.
I'm going to get within melee. I have 60 feet of movement. Does that get me there?
Yeah, that'll get you. She's flying above you, but
She is.
Mhm.
Okay. So you said the cavern it's super high and it's mostly like stone, yeah?
yeah, it's stone all the way up, and it's about 80 feet tall.
And how high is she up in the air?
She is right about with Gren, who I think is about 50 feet up.
50 feet up. Sick. Okay. I'm gonna go into a rage. Definitely want to do that. And you're kidding me. My D&D Beyond crashed. Sorry. So I'm going into a rage. I want to try to get right under her, if
Okay.
that's possible.
That is.
Beautiful. And then so she's 50 feet up in the air. I'm just gonna kind of look at Gren to kind of like this knowing look of like you need to get her down. But I do have a javelin that I do want to start off by throwing at her to kind of direct her attention. So she's kind of split between myself and Gren.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm pulling up my character sheet on my phone. I'm so sorry about this, y'all. As soon as I clicked on it, I was just like, oh, great. Okay. Due to my own personal tech gremlins, I reluctantly, I'm gonna go under her. That's with Grin, and I'm gonna hold my action until she gets within about 10 feet of myself, whether it's either on the ground or hovering.
Excellent.
Cool.
So holding your action until she is within 10 feet of you. Othi, what are you up to?
All right. Just going through reviewing all my features and various things, trying to figure out what's the best course of action here. I think I'm gonna go for the hag. But how
Okay.
far away from me are they?
She's still about 150 feet away from you. She's on the floor. She's gotten off the scythe and is now currently holding it in her hand. It looked like she was about to start using that to remove all of the roots. Her attention has been now grabbed by Ileana's psionic blade,
Okay.
but she has not yet moved from that area.
That's pretty far away. Let's see. I think I can. How far can you move in one turn again? Like if you don't do anything else.
If you dash, you can do twice your movement speed, whatever that is.
Okay, so that would be right now. That would be 70. Still not close enough to attack. And dashing takes up a bonus action, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. We'll just... I don't want to do the dash then.
Okay.
We'll just move 35 feet towards them. Have my bonus action ready to go. Let's see. Oh, they're too far away to do that. Is there a range on this thing? Let's see. Oh, 30 feet. Yeah, that's about all I can really do. I'm not close enough to really do anything else. So, I'll just... can I ready an action?
Yes, you may.
I'll ready an action to throw my hammer at the hag if she gets within range before my turn.
Okay, awesome. And you moved up 35 feet, so she is still... Okay, awesome. Viren, what are you up to?
Well, first, Viren is going to grab one of the little burning green stones that they have, toss them out to the side, over around where I guess where that probably over by Othi and Lorelei. And from that little burning green stone, a much larger, but not hot, pleasantly cool and smelling of like sandalwood, giant flame starts to burn, and I'm going to cast Healing Spirit. So I'm going to cast that at 3rd level. So that is 4 uses of 2d6 to whoever goes through that and is my friend. And then Varen is going to turn its attention back to the matter at hand and see the giant, very large, conveniently Varen-sized demon. And Varen will crack the bones a little bit, and then they start to shift, and it bellows a loud, and once again we transform into the giant elk. And we'll spend the rest of my turn getting up there. Gonna end my turn like 10 feet away. 10 feet? Yeah, that seems right.
10 feet away from the big guy?
Yeah, I think so. No, I will move. I will stay 20 feet away, but I will try to keep myself as a physical barrier between anyone else, big guy, and anybody else. Yeah.
All right, awesome. As Ileana, you've just hit Ruthie the Death Hag with your psionic blade, and she's turned her fiery gaze upon you. You see that she floats up into the air and starts to move closer into the fight, still not quite leaving the area of the wall, and not quite getting within range of close enough to you, Othi, unfortunately. She doesn't need to. As she flies up and blasts out a ray of purple-black energy that sails directly at you, Ileana. And I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Oh, actually, wait. This is an attack first. That is going to be a 25 to hit. Now I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
If it beats, it beats.
Constitution, a thing rogues are famously good at.
Famously good at, yes.
I'd be giving myself reroll on this. I am. Oh wait, that's for advantage. Never mind. I'll do that next time. That's a 13. I was gonna spend points, give myself advantage. I gotta do that beforehand.
Okay. As you get hit by this blast of purplish energy and suddenly feel like your insides are fighting against you, as you are hit by this powerful ray of sickness and take 27 poison damage. And currently are
that was
poisoned.
versus poison.
It's versus
I have
poison.
advantage.
All right, go ahead and make that with advantage then.
I'll roll 20. 20.
A 20 is going to make it. All right. In that case, you are not poisoned until the end of your next turn, but are still going to take that same amount of damage. It's 27 poison damage. Yeah, that one doesn't have that. Not on this spell. I know.
Damage.
But you don't have disadvantage on the rest of the everything for the next.
It's true.
For the next round.
But I'm at half HP now.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Good luck. And then she's going to continue to float up there, just kind of surveying the scene and seeing what else needs to be taken care of next. As this large demon turns around and just you see him thwack a forest guard into a wall. He just crumples as it turns around and faces this new massive entity that has entered the room. As it turns to face you, Viren, and slowly makes that noise at you. It is also going to walk up and punch you in the face several times. Bobby, please. All right, first one. Oh, I dropped that die. New die. An 11. That is going to be an 18 to hit. Does an 18 do it? Nope, not quite. That's a natural 1. That one's not going to make it for sure. After missing with both of these fists, it's just going to open up its massive maw and try and bite down at you. And it's really bad at rolling, apparently. So all 3 of these hits are just going to not connect. It looks like the magic of these arrows has finally started to maybe seep in to this creature, who is already not at full health. He's been taking a few hits, and none of those were enough to hit you. But now you are face to face with this large demonic monstrosity directly in front of you. Ben, what are you up to?
Ben has been, well, first of all, eyeing the chaos. It's a lot to take in. But his eyes were on Ruthie pretty much as soon as she kind of entered the room. How far away is he from her?
Well, you haven't entered the room yet. She moved a little bit forward, so she is about 80 feet away from you.
You know what? That's close enough. Be a move 20 feet forward. Use an action to create a tiny Eldritch Cannon, and this one looks very different than the small one. Instead of, it does kind of form, hold on, I have not used a tiny one yet. Yeah, an unoccupied space, okay. Instead of the usual, looks like a cannon with legs, it almost looks like a mechanical scorpion. But at the end of the arched tail, instead of a stinger, it has like the ballista bow. And with a bonus action, I'm gonna aim this tiny force ballista at Ruthie. That's gonna be a 20 to hit.
That one is going to hit.
12 force damage.
12 force damage. Excellent.
And that is my turn.
Wonderful. Okay, we'll just add that. Oop, wrong button. Awesome. As you manifest this cannon and smack this hag with it, she looks over at you, looks down at the hit that she's just taken, and then looks behind you all as you hear another commotion. From the explosion that just happened earlier, you start to hear the sound of wailing and drums. As your curiosity gives you a second to look over, and a new figure starts to float in. One that you also recognize, wearing a massive mask with these horns that come up and down, big open eyes, wild matted hair, who just slowly floats in and then immediately teleports to the door and is now facing the rooted area, or behind the rooted area of, their back is to it. They're looking out at the scene around you. But they have taken over the spot where Ruthie used to be. And you know that this is Ragna, the demon lord of witches, who has now joined the scene. Ren, what are you up to? You're currently locked in combat with this new entity, who's currently not breaking eye contact and smiling menacingly right in your face.
Oh god, sounds so good, so fun. I keep forgetting to roll for my Twilight Sanctuary. I apologize, guys. You should be getting temporary hit points. I should probably start just doing that
Be very useful.
when your
Please
turns
do.
end. It's 5. I think 5 from the. I'll just roll it at the end of people's turns and then put your name and then what was rolled under it. Okay, so I just got chunked last turn for 20 damage. And I need Marosha's assistance. So I'm going to attempt to grapple this being in front of me.
All right.
Do I have an advantage?
Yes, you have 2 currently.
Yeah, just in general, yes. You can use those. Absolutely.
You've got 2, Marosha's got 2, Ben's got 1, Ilyana's got 1, and Andy has 1.
I would love to attempt to use one of those advantages because since I'm grappling, I got nothing to this.
Fair enough.
But I'll use my action.
All right. Go ahead and make me a strength check.
That's why.
Strength. That's also a 15.
Oh. I think I have something. How many of my allies are within 30 feet of me?
Within 30 feet of you, you are, I believe, currently 50 feet up into the air. Currently, none of them.
Damn. Could add something. Never mind. So,
Wait a second. How
Yes.
tall is Moose?
How tall is Moose?
Moose is huge. I don't know. How big is huge?
Huge is about 20 feet.
Ooh.
You
That's
have one
30.
ally within 30 feet of you.
one ally.
Good job, Big Moose. Got the the antlers are just in the radius.
So with Might of the Many, when I make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, I can add a bonus to the roll equal to the number of allies I can see within 30 feet.
Okay.
So I can add a
Don't
plus
roll a zero.
one.
Yeah.
Can add a plus one. to
Plus
this.
one is it's a good one.
Although I might have had to do this before the roll. I don't know. Would you count that?
Yes. All
Because
you
it
need is
says
one. Yep.
because it says when making an attack roll or ability check or saving throw. I can give myself a bonus.
Got it.
Add it to what I rolled or roll again?
Yeah, add to what you rolled. That's fine. It'll just add a plus one, right? That's
Yeah,
just all
just
it
plus
says.
one.
Perfect. That's a 16 to her 15 as you tackle her. And position your arms. It's weird. She is small, but surprisingly strong as you are just barely able to grab her wings well enough to. You dropping?
This sucks. This sucks. This sucks. Yeah, I will drop. Since I'm grappling, I believe it can only take her half my movement, so I'll drop 25 feet, and then I will spend a key point to use Step of the Wind to dash as a bonus action and drop her another 25 feet.
You're gonna dash both of yourself straight into the ground?
Oh yeah,
Hell yeah.
I'm dive bombing.
Okay.
We're on the ground.
Excellent. Yeah. She's gonna try. You're gonna try and slam her and just her into the ground.
I gotta
Are you
get
going-
closer
are you going with
to
her?
Marosha.
Huh?
Will I just succeed if I just take myself with her?
You will succeed, and you will both take damage, or you will not take damage and give her the opportunity to not slam into the ground.
Hey, it's the finale. Why not? Am I right?
Okay. As you, with all of your might and all of your body weight, slam yourself into the ground with her, you are both going to take fall damage equal to 50 feet. And that is going to be, let's see, where are my D6s?
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Being that Grin is grappling the demon to the ground, and I can see this because I did position myself to kind of when they're under them. Can I do something to help break Gren's fall? Maybe, hopefully.
You are already holding your action to attack. So as soon as you can negate that, but as soon as they land, your held action will hit.
Cool. So we're gonna do something either way. So let's do this.
As you both end up taking 18 bludgeoning damage as you slam into the diamond-crusted floor that you are currently fighting on. And you are currently both prone on the ground.
Rough.
Yeah. However, you are now currently within striking distance, Marosha, as you unleash your held action.
Beautiful. I had my javelin in hand ready to do that, so I'm going to use that to attack.
And she is also prone at this point as well.
Cool. So 26 to hit.
26 is going to do it, yes.
Definitely. And of course, I was still raging before that, and that's a +3 to my damage as soon as it decides to roll. It's critical damage, 13 points of damage right off the jump.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, it's 10 on the die, and then plus my rage, being that I'm 11, it goes from 2 to 3, so plus 3. So 13.
Okay, awesome.
Cool.
Good hit. As it is her turn, as she pushes you, Grin, off of her and stands up and looks over at you, Marosha, down at you, Grin, and she just, fine, have it your way, and claps. And then there are 4 of her.
Damn. All right.
And they all move the same way. It looks like she has made illusory copies of herself. And she smiles at all of you. The more the better. Let's do this then. Make it quick. We have a job to finish. Ileana, you're up. And Marosha, you're on deck.
Is Ragda doing anything or just standing there watching?
Not yet. She used her entry turn to move in and teleport. So she is prepped to do something next turn, but she has not yet done anything this turn, at least aggressively.
Fuck, we're stretched too thin. Othi, do you think you can make it to Ruthie next turn or no?
If I do everything, I can get another 70 feet, so that's 105 feet, which is not. I mean, that's within striking range, but I have to wait another turn before I actually could hit her.
Gotcha. So I can try and vortex warp her, but more than likely, if she fails, she'll use legendary resistance, which is good to burn it. But
is there any chance you could fall back to like right behind me? Because then you'd get some of my bonuses too, if you're within 10 feet of me.
I could.
And hopefully you bring her with you.
There's also the issue now of the Demon Lord of Witches next to the door that we don't want her next to.
I could also switch focus and try to go after that one.
No, we need to bring one down.
I am down for whichever route we want to go.
How far back from Ruthie are you currently?
I was 150 feet, and then I moved 35 feet. So that's, what, 115 feet?
So quite a ways.
And I gotta be within 60 feet to hit her with my hammer.
Okay. I will... sneak attack. Yeah, because if I'm going to move, I can't get sneak attack. So I will... All bad choices. My hand falls down onto the dagger that Ben gave me. And I'll kind of throw my hand up in the air, and I've seen my family do spells, so I will mimic those motions and cast Vortex Warp from the dagger on Ruthie. It's a con saving throw.
All right, let's see how she does.
What at the wind?
Hags have good cons.
It'll be an 18.
Oh my god.
That barely makes it its DC. Without all-purpose tool, it's DC 17.
Oh.
Yeah.
You try and warp her, and you see the spell gets cast. It just doesn't have an effect.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to move back behind near Othi. I think I can make it to Othi in one move, and I'll use my bonus action to hide.
Okay.
Are we in dim light?
Yes, you currently are.
Awesome. Stealth advantage then. That's a 28.
Wonderful.
If you're within 10 feet of me, you'll get damage resistance to spell damage and +2 on your saving throws.
Nice.
Awesome. Marosha, you are
Ready.
currently facing now 4 of these entities.
Beautiful. I'm going to focus on the one that I saw hit the ground with Gren. I know there's 3 more, so hopefully if I can put some damage on this one, it'll affect the other ones. But we'll see. I'm going to two-hand strike with her or to her with my trident, kind of just stabbing down. And I'm gonna go reckless with this
Okay.
as well. It's a 14 to hit.
14 is not going to hit, as you are surprised at how fast she actually is. It moved quicker than you could register. She was right there, and then she was right there. As you swing into nothing.
Okay. Well, then with that, I'm just gonna keep pushing forward in reference to that, and I'm just gonna go at it again for my second attack.
Okay, go and roll it.
It's a 24 to hit.
A 24. Go ahead and roll me a d20.
It's a 2.
A 2. Oh, shoot, that's my bad. I rolled a d20 on this one.
Okay.
Okay. With that 24, you swing through and you make contact with this entity. And you swear it's the one that you were watching, and it just vanishes. As you've taken out one of these mirror images.
Okay.
There are now 3 of them around you. As she smiles and laughs, and you can hear her laugh echoing all around you.
Brian, if you have any tricks, right now would be a good time to lay them out. And I'm gonna stay where I'm at, hold my ground, getting ready for her to attack the next one.
All right. Othi, you're up here and you're on deck.
All right. How close can I get to the hag while still keeping my attack of opportunity reaction open?
Open for who?
In case someone passes by me, I can still do an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, as long as you don't use your reaction for anything, you have one of those available if they're within range of melee attack.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I'll move another 70 feet forward.
Okay.
And yeah, just make mean faces at the hag. Just
awesome.
Run 70 feet and go.
Excellent. And she doesn't seem to notice immediately. Okay. Anything else you got?
No, that's pretty much all I can do.
Sweet. Moving forward. Viren, you're a massive moose. What are you up to?
Categorically, I'm a very big moose. So this very big moose is going to recklessly attack. Is going to move 20 feet towards this big guy and then attack.
Okay. You are already right next to this big. He came up to you now last turn, so he's already right
Rude.
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm going to move 20 feet away, and then I'll turn back around and make another 20-foot dash.
As you try and leave his area, he's going to try and hit you with an opportunity attack, and that'll be a 24 to hit.
That will hit.
As he punches you with one of his fists.
Unkind.
Yeah, honestly, rude. And that's going to be 13 bludgeoning damage.
All right, I can handle that, I think. 13 bludgeoning. Okay, then with that, gonna make the full circuit turn back around, and yeah, and we'll go ahead and since I did get this distance already, how far away is the Demon Lord of Witches, who we really don't want to be near the stuff?
She is right at the door that is covered by those roots. So she's about 100. She's all the way across the room from where you are. You just move 20 feet closer to the. So she's probably still about 100 feet away from you right now.
Not worth it. Will the moose or the elk, whatever it will turn around, and with a very aggressive look in its eyes, will release another and will charge forth with a reckless charge. Yeah.
Okay.
It hits with a ram attack on its turn. It takes an extra set. Okay, cool. So that is a 27 to hit.
Okay. 27 is going to hit.
Great. And that says that it will be 15 damage, but let me double check, I think. Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use my feat, a Savage Attacker, and we'll see if I can't do better than that damage this time. Can. So that is 17 damage, and it needs to make a DC 16 strength saving throw.
That is going to be an 18 for the strength saving throw.
Well, dang. Okay. And with the 2 extra d6 for the charge damage, that makes it a total. Oh man, Minotaur is wild shaping. There's a lot of stuff going on. So that is a total of 26 bludgeoning damage for the charge, and then as a bonus action, because all of the stuff. So now it must succeed another strength saving throw.
Oh boy.
Also against 16.
That is going to be a 9.
Ah! Then, unfortunate for you, I'm going to push you 10 feet away.
Okay. But no more damage for that part?
No more damage for that part.
Okay.
That was just a fun little...
As it gets shoved back, you dealt it some damage on this one, and you can see that it is currently opened up on the inside, and this black ichor is just oozing out of its body. This guy has already taken some hits before you even showed up here, so he's already looking a little bit rough right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Ruthie's up now. As she's just cast the Ray of Sickness, she next is going to fly back towards that door. And you can see that she is going to use her scythe against the roots of MNTS. Okay. And as you watch this, in the back of your brain, you think the worst. But it seems like the roots themselves have durability and resistance and are fortified, as she is not able to penetrate the roots, at least right now. She's certainly trying, though. Ben, what are you up to?
The roots that are in this big chamber, are there any that are just like hanging down into the open at all? Or are they all along like the walls?
There's a few that are dangling out, yeah.
Would you say you would consider them to be solid masses?
Yes.
Okay.
They're definitely
And
not liquid or gas, so
Right. But sturdy.
Yeah.
Okay. And how far away is Ruthie now?
Ruthie has now moved to the door of the vault, so she's furthest away from the chamber, about 150 feet from the door.
Okay, so for me, a goodly distance away now.
Yeah.
Go figure. Oh. That's not gonna get me very far. Shoot. Okay. Well, I am going to use my bonus action for, well, actually, who's closest to me now?
As far as the enemies go,
Yes.
probably the one that's fighting Gren right now, who has currently 3 of herself surrounding Gren and Marosha.
Man, if you can knock out a couple of those.
How
with
far
whatever-
away? I was just about to ask.
They are about 50 feet into the room.
Oh, well, that's perfect. We're gonna throw a scorching ray. 1 for each.
Okay. Okay.
So that will be Ben is, and I just the artificer nonsense. With a pair of oh no, it's arcane firearm. So arcane firearm, yeah. We're gonna throw 3
All right.
ray of fire, and we're gonna add an extra 1d8 to the one in the middle.
Okay.
So
Go ahead and
I
roll your
can
first
find
one.
it because I have such a huge list of stuff here.
Fair enough.
Where is it? There it is. That's going to be a 19 to hit.
19 is not going to make it.
Ooh, so that'd be the one on the... I'm going left, middle, and then right. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Oh, are you serious?
17 is still not going to hit.
28.
A 28 will hit, though. Okay, let's see which one you hit.
And I believe I get to add... Oh, do I get to add the 1d8 after I roll that, or do I have to pick before? I'm trying to remember. For arcane firearm.
For the damage?
Yeah.
Take your pick. You did just say it was attached to the second blast that you were...
Yeah, I
shooting.
think I'll leave it alone, because I'm not sure, so...
However, with your third hit, you do hit her. As this fire blast singes, and you can see that this one doesn't vanish. So you know that is currently the correct one.
Well, it's a whopping 4 fire damage, but at least now we know which one is.
Okay. And with that,
Which is what we were wanting. And with a bonus action, that scorpion force ballista is going to raise its tail, aim at the one on the right, since we know who it is now.
it's interesting actually. As you hit it, it
Oh.
starts singeing, but the other 2 also have that same mark up here.
Ooh. That'll be a 12 to hit, so that's no.
12 is not going to make it.
Roll 20 is not very nice to me today.
Bummer. All right.
And that's all I got.
Okay.
Alas.
As the large demon that was currently fighting Viren and just was pushed 10 feet back, starts to charge at him again. And as he does, he's going to try and grab you by the antlers, Viren. And I need you to make a strength contest for me, please. As he's going to try and toss you into the wall. You need to beat a 19.
Is this a saving throw or like an athletics check?
This is more of an athletics check.
Athletics. All right. Can make that work. Oh no! Not a natty one. Oh man!
Oh boy!
You hate to see it.
Oh boy! As this thing runs at you, grabs you by the antlers, and in a swoop that is unexpected to you, knocks you off balance and throws you into the wall as you slam and crumple next to the wall with the door. You've been able to see that there's figures in. It's been it has an odd texture to this. It is transparent, but it is kind of like in our world. You know how bathroom mirrors or bathroom windows, you can see through them, but it's like, what's going on back there? It's because it's a bathroom. That's kind of the texture of this wall. As you slam into it, and you kind of hear that there's gasps on the other side. And you can see the figures start to move around as the door starts to open. And inside you see that there's a few figures. Some that you recognize, some that you don't. But you do recognize right at the front a medium small figure covered in hair with his blade out and ready and his cape dragging behind him as he screams, "For the realm!" As
Yes!
the Mouse King jumps in. And Ileana, you also notice that your sister Veranestra is in there as well. There's a group of non-combatants, but it looks like they were figuring out what to do next. As you know, your sister is a powerful spellcaster in her own right, as several members of the court, not necessarily of the main court, but members of the community that won't necessarily have their same fighting style, start to emerge from the room, and you see your sister clap and cast Mass Polymorph as the first 10 people out of the door themselves start to turn into these massive clumps of vines and flowers and are joining your team. As you now have the Mouse King and these orchid golems that are now in the mix with you. They turn their non-combatants into tanks.
I see this kind of up over the root that I'm currently hidden behind, and I squat back down and let out a sigh of relief. I feel much better about our chances now.
As the Mouse King is going to just sprint all the way up to one of these visages of this woman who is in the fight with you, just wailing. And it's the most ear-piercing screech that you've heard in a little while. Fortunately, this one is on your team, as he's going to use his Spinning Blade. And that's... Wow, the Mouse King's so cool. That's a 25 to hit. And yeah, he's gonna slash her pretty good. Actually, which one is... Ooh. As you could tell that this blade starts to gleam and cuts through one of these mirror images, as now there are two figures that are currently around you, Marosha and Gren. At the same time, you look over at Ragda, who starts to dance and sway and move in a mesmerizing, undulating rhythm as this wave of energy comes over all of you. I needed everyone to make a charisma saving throw for me, please.
Does line of sight not matter because I'm hidden?
Charisma.
If you are looking at her, and she is making a big scene, but if you can see her, she does not need to see you.
And also, is this a frightened effect?
This is not a frightened effect.
Okay. It's a 14.
How far is she away from where we are?
She is still... Oh, you're so right. It's not 150 feet radius. This would be... Oh, in this case, she's going to fly a little bit forward. And yeah, I know. And hit within 30 feet of her. So she's going to be able to get maybe she's going to save this one because I don't think there's anyone actually that she can hit with this one. Okay, in this case, she's going to advance and teleport. And now she is on the other side of the room, right next to you, Ben. As you look up, you see this new figure. Mask, teeth, hair, and the stench is one of the first things that hits you. And she's now moved her attention away. And that is her action. She's teleported to the other side. Gren, what are you up to? Yeah, Gren.
In lieu of better options, I guess I'm gonna try and hit this entity in front of me with Greg. Come along, Greg. 24. You're muted.
Oh, yes. Who are you attacking with that one? The one of the entities that's right next to you?
Yeah.
The woman? Sweet. Now there are 2 of them left, and with a 10. All right. As you swing with this attack, you are going to hit the real one also. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Oh, wow. That's just 7 points of damage. Feels great.
Okay. As Greg deals a blow.
Wait, I hit the real one. Stunning
You
strike.
did hit the real one. Mm-hmm. Oops, that was my mistake. Stunning strike. Oh, okay. Awesome.
DC 17. Con.
That's probably not going to be enough. That's going to be a 12. But she's going to use another legendary resistance to not be stunned.
Okay.
So that would be a bummer for her. But she is going to take. Remind me, Greg is no, of course. Greg is a magical weapon.
Yeah, Greg's a match. And I got a second attack.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try again. Greg. Okay. Don't do me like this, Greg. 15 is gonna miss.
Yeah, a 15 is not going to hit. As Greg comes in for a second attack, and she's ready for you this time.
And as a bonus action, one more attack, but I think it can only be unarmed, so just gonna try to strike. Another 15 doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit, unfortunately.
You do
And she
still
sits
have
there
advantage left, just FYI.
You do have another one. If you wanted to use it now.
I'll save it. I'll save it.
Okay. And it is her turn. As she is going to look over at you, who has just tried to attack her. And what is she going to do? Oh, this could be fun.
That's never a thing you want to hear.
Gren, as you've just attacked several times, she looks over at you and says, I like you. Make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Wisdom saving throw. Let me just check.
Go ahead and
Is this
make this
charm?
with advantage, please.
Okay.
What, 27. Excellent. I was worried for you for a second.
Let's go. Yeah.
As you could tell that she has tried to dominate your mind and your body. As a power creeps over you and you feel a call from another realm. And you hear a voice that you've heard before. Don't lose sight. Stay. Fight. As Lucen speaks to you. And you are not under her control. As that was her attempt. Ileana.
Yeah. I'm going to hop over the root that I'm hiding behind into Othi as I very quickly run past her. It's time to get you in the game. And I'm going to run 80 feet forward. I'm going to turn and vortex warp Othi 90 feet in front of me up to right in front of Ruthie. With a smile on my face. And then I will bonus action hide again.
All right. This is a willing participant, so
very much so.
Yep, no need for that. As Othi, you are teleported across the room.
It's a 24 for stealth as I teleport Othi forward, and in that flash of light, I just kind of slide underneath another root.
Okay, excellent.
Just kind of take a look and see what's going on with the battle.
Yeah, and as you look around, there's still chaos. There's more. Now that the door has opened and the Mouse King and your sister has decided to not stay in their safe little hidey hole, but instead has decided to come to your aid and the aid of the realm, it looks like there's more numbers on your side, at least for right now. You can still hear, and closing your eyes and listening, that there's still commotion outside, up in the vaults, past the explosion that you heard earlier. There's still stuff happening up on top of the city. But here in this room, especially with those new golems that have just come into the play, and the Mouse King, there's a few folks here that look like they're not doing nothing. So, Marosha, you're up.
Beautiful. With the attacks that Ben and Gren did, can I kind of hone in on which one kind of looks like they're the one?
Despite all the attacks, they both seem to have been taking the same damage. This is mirror image, so whatever happens to one happens to all of them.
Okay. Then I'm going to focus my attack on the one that was kind of really interacting with Gren, especially with that last little bit.
Okay.
And I'm very frustrated right now. Marosha, again, double-handed trident, right? Just swiping down at them. That is a 21 to hit.
That'll hit at least one of them. As you take the swing, the last of these mirror images vanishes.
Still ridiculously frustrated because I wanted to hit something corporeal. The second attack, now that we know which one is which.
Yeah, there's only one left.
Yeah. Gonna go back in for that one. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's a 17 to hit.
17's not gonna make it.
Oh, all right. Perfect. I'm gonna stay digging in here because there's no reason to leaving this if there's other things to go. So, but at least we know. That's me, sheepishly.
Okay. Excellent. Othi,
Yeah, so
you've just been teleported across the room. What do you want to do?
yeah, so as soon as Ileana starts passing by and says, "We need to get you in the game," Othi just like slaps her hammer against her shield a couple times, like, "Put me in, coach." And then looks down to the hammer and says, "All right, you ready, Sid? Here we go." And then with the go, the teleport happens. And I show up. Am I within melee distance of the hag or still a little bit further away?
How far does this one teleport you?
It should be, it's 90 feet. I ran 80 feet forward and then threw Othi another 90 feet.
Then yeah, you are. Yeah.
Fantastic.
You're plenty. You're right there.
So yeah, Othi's just gonna look at this hag and be like, "Hello, my name's Othi Hagslayer. You're in my way." Yeah, we're just gonna smack her with a hammer.
At hearing this, Ben shouts across the room, "Prepare to die."
Amazing.
In the fake background, a rap horn.
Right.
So that is a it's 18, 21 to hit.
21 will hit.
Fantastic. And then I'm going to use goading attack on this one. So I can add a d6 to the damage.
Okay.
Let's see here. So that's 1d8 plus 7. That's 11 plus 3. So 14 damage. And then there's a thing that happens with that.
Okay.
Target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on all attack rolls against targets other than you until the end of my next turn.
That's a 21 on the wisdom save.
Pretty sure that beats whatever it is. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
And then a second attack, we're just going to hit with the hammer again.
Excellent. Yes.
That's 27 to hit.
27 will still hit.
For 12 more damage.
Wonderful.
And you know what the heck? Let's throw a smite on there.
As Obsidian, yeah, you!
Is this
He's always so
hag...
stoked.
I love that. Is this hag a fiend?
Yes, she is.
Fantastic. That's an extra d8. So that's 2d8 plus 1d8 plus 1d8. So 4d8. For an extra 22 damage.
Excellent.
So yeah, Othi just comes in swinging. Sort of the same, it's kind of become her trademark move of like hammer swing down, and then, you know, when they think they're done with it, just right up under the chin as the hammer comes back up.
Hell yeah. And with Obsidian in hand, you clock her. Good. That's a lot of damage in one. Good, nice.
I'm very happy about that. Hopefully I have her attention.
I will confirm, you definitely do. Viren, you've been slammed into a wall and knocked prone as your massive moose. As from this door that opened up, there's the Mouse King and this wall of plants that essentially has just entered the fray. Your big demon's still up, but there's a lot of other stuff going on. What do you want to do?
Everything. Everything is happening all at once in too many places. And I am but a poor moose. I don't really want to drop that concentration I've got. Last time was so much fun, we'll do it again. We'll move that 20 feet out of range. Well, let's make it 30 for the fun. And turn back around and charge straight back at it. You are muted.
I'm so bad at that today. You're just ramming straight into it?
Yeah, we'll turn around, do the loop, and if it attacks me, it attacks me.
So it has already pushed you. You're out of opportunity to attack range.
Oh, I'm out of it? Oh, great.
Yeah, so
Well,
it kind of threw you about 10 feet, 15 feet or so.
Oh, it made a mistake then.
You do have to use half your movement to stand up, but if you still have enough space,
no. Yeah, no, I mean, my movement at this point is 70 feet.
Wonderful.
So
yeah, you got oceans of time.
We could. So then I'll get as far back as I need to charge, and then I will charge at it, and this is going to a reckless.
Wonderful.
That's a 24.
24 is going to hit.
All right. I'm going to need that DC 16 strength saving throw again.
That is a 2 + 4, 6.
Ah, beautiful. Great. So roll savage attack. Oh, okay. So that savage attack is going to be a plus 2d6. Man, oh, dice damage were not my friend today. That's going to be 17 bludgeoning for the old antlers.
Okay.
And I think since I dropped it, can I just like stand over it
Well, with that 17 extra damage, it had taken a little bit of a hit. What's it look like when you rip this thing apart?
So it threw me and then kind of turned and went past to start going and wreak havoc on the others. Well, that was that was its first mistake, was turning its back on me.
Big but not smart.
And like kind of shaking the dirt and dust off, Varen will rush forward and I think the way it does it is it kind of puts that first hoof on the back of its knee as it's moving, and then as it starts to fall forward, it just puts the head down, and as it starts to fall, Varen just keeps running with its head down and just long skid mark of Demon Iker.
Hell yeah.
Until there's just antlers rubbing the ground.
And it just spread around the floor.
Beautiful.
I guess you could say you wiped the floor with it.
As Othi, your goal to get Rita's attention succeeds.
Hell yeah.
As she looks down at you. A hag killer? That means I get bonus points for killing you. And she is going to make several attacks against you.
Fantastic.
The first one is going to come with her claw. And that is going to be a 22 to hit.
That will just miss.
Oh, nice. As this claw comes down and you use your hammer just in time, you can feel the necrotic energy coming off of this attack. As she looks down and, fine, this then, and tries to hit you with her scythe. And that one is going to be a 27 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay. This is going to be... you're going to take 15 slashing damage, plus 36 necrotic damage from just one scythe attack. As it seems to melt through whatever you were wearing. As you are not undead or a construct, it feels like the blade itself is siphoning the energy from you as she stands up a little taller. And you can see the wounds that Obsidian just hit start to close up a little bit.
All right, hold on a sec. I gotta get a calculator for this here. So the slashing damage, thanks to some things, I take 3 less of, so that's 12. And then what was the necrotic damage?
36.
And that's from a magical weapon, not a spell, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Just double checking a couple things. Okay, nope, that's not poison, it's necrotic. All right, so 36. So that's 45. Which drops me down to 42 hit points.
As she raises her scythe again. That made me feel a little better. You're still up, though. And she is definitely attentive.
Awesome. Did she have another attack, or was that it?
Yeah, with that, those are her 2 attacks that she can do on that turn.
Okay.
Yeah, she doesn't get 2 scythe attacks. I know, yeah, that she gets one of those when she uses it. The big team is gone. Ben, what do you want to do?
Oh, let's see. Ragda just
right next to you. Yes.
Oh, joy of joys. Let's see. Hill? Is she flying or is she on foot?
She is currently on foot.
Okay. And she's facing away from me. Or is she not?
She is practically like looking. She got like pretty much right behind you, so she knows exactly where you are. Yes.
Oh, goody. Well, I'm gonna change that a little bit. If I am allowed to do this, since I made it scorpion shaped, that tiny eldritch cannon is going to climb up and kind of latch onto Ben's left forearm.
Okay.
I use those winged boots to get about 20 feet off the ground. And so far, they don't seem to like this very much. So I think Ray of Frost, and since I actually remembered this time, Ray of Frost with an extra 1d8 from Arcane Firearm. So Ray of Frost, that'll be 25 to hit.
Okay. As you move out of her zone, 20 feet away, she is going to hit you with an opportunity attack with her claw. Is a... Yeah, that one's going to do it. 26 to hit.
Oh, and
Okay,
shield wouldn't have done anything.
And that, for the opportunity attack, is going to be 13 slashing damage.
Oh, there you go. Bonus hit points.
And go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Let me do some math real quick here.
Okay.
That's not that hard. I don't know why I made it that hard. Is it a saving throw against... Well, I guess I don't have anything against poison, unless somebody gave me resistance. Okay.
This is not a poison thing anyway.
Okay, well.
This is a specific Ragda thing.
Oh. 18.
Oh, that's so sad.
If that doesn't pass,
It doesn't.
I'm going to use a flash of genius to tack a 5 onto that.
Excellent. Now it does.
Make it a 23. So
Wonderful.
whatever it is she does, there's kind of like it's almost like a mini shield, mini version of shield, like a pulse of light that kind of flashes briefly and deflects whatever it is she does.
Okay. She still slashes you for the damage, and you can feel that there was not a spell necessarily, but a magical effect that was coming from her that you are able to shake off. What it does, unsure, but it didn't affect you, and that's the important part here.
Okay,
As you cast your spell.
Okay, so that's 25 to hit on Ray of Frost.
That'll hit.
That's 20 cold damage.
Excellent.
And that's an extra 1d8 for Arcane Firearms to be 23 cold damage.
Wonderful.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to have my little Force Ballista. Oh, really, Howie? Howie, why are you like this? That's not going to hit. Yeah, that blue energy bolt is just going to go wide. That was a 10 to hit. But
Okay.
23 cold damage, and with Ray of Frost, that is... Movement speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn.
Excellent. Sweet. All right. As the battle rages through, the Mouse King comes up and tries to take another slice at the entity that is currently fighting both Grin and Marosha. And that is going to hit, finally. And with that, you're going to see that the sword of the Mouse King gleams again and slashes through this figure as she winces in pain and directs her attention over towards him. As Ragdo, who is now teleported to the other side of the room, begins to dance. And now I need everyone within 30 feet of her, which would include Ben. Ilion, I believe you are still in that vicinity. Because you're hiding next to Ben, I believe.
No, I was next to Othi, then I ran 80 feet towards Ruthie, so I'm on
Correct.
that
Yeah, you're on the
other
other
side of
side.
the room.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a few of the orchid golems that are still over there also. Ben, go ahead and make me a charisma saving throw.
That's a 9.
Ooh, all right. As you are just watching, how are you flying right now? What are you flying with?
Winged boots.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see why those would stop. As you are watching her, you are mesmerized. Floating in the air, about 20 feet above her. Just watching. Unable to move. And looking around, you notice that a few of these plant columns, these non-combatants, whoever they are also now mesmerized as well. Not all of them. A few of them are still up and still moving around, taking out some of the other demons that are still in the area. There are still a few imps and hellhounds that are now being dealt with by those. And we're going to take a little break right now and come back in about 10-15 minutes with what happens next.
All right, we will be right back. And we're back. Oh, wait. Nope, my internet just died. 1 second. That was weird. Okay, we're back. Now we're back. So Othie's just gonna chuckle. Wow, your sister hit harder than that. I'm gonna pop second wind and regain 8 hit points. Right. And I'm gonna try and attack again with the hammer. That's a 26. It's 15, and we're gonna go ahead and throw smite on that again. That's gonna be another 21 damage on top of that. And then, so that's the downswing, and then right back up again with the second. Oh, the 17. All right. So that's still 36 damage. Is pretty good. And then I'm going to I've been playing so many different versions of D&D recently. 5th edition, moving away. How is there a way to move away without doing opportunity attack? Like a 5-foot? Gotcha. No, I'm definitely visible. Hmm. Oh, yeah, I can just disengage. Is that, what type of action is that? Oh. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I'll just stay where I'm at then. Um, let's see, is there anything else I can throw at that? Don't think so. So yeah, we'll just leave it at that. All right. That will hit. Okay. In that case, I think I am going to use, let's see. Oh, cool. uh, but wisdom would be, well, I don't know. They're swinging a scythe and they're getting really high attack rolls on their melee weapon. Nice. Hell yeah. So, oh, that's right. No, that's fine. So, well, hold on. So with the claw attack, I'm actually going to use sinew and bone to shrug that off and make the damage 1 for the claws. And then I don't remember what the other damage was. Okay. All right. Uh, 25. Yep, that will hit. All right, so that will drop it down to 11 from slashing. Yeah, I'm down. Okay. What does that mean? Okay, that sucks. Cool. Um, yeah, keep going then. I had a couple questions, but that actually answers them, so that's perfect. Gotcha. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a uh oh yeah. Yeah, Othi definitely coughs and there's a ow. Let's not do that again. That very bad. No. Um and we'll do lay on hands on myself. For 25 hit points. And just stand up and try and figure out what the hell just happened. Kind of literally what the hell just happened. Yeah, that is weird. Yeah. You do still have an advantage on the board. That's fair. Oh my goodness. That's going to dice jail. Abyssal, but not infernal. Oh, sweet. Yeah, Othi understands that. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think Othi's gonna yell back in Abyssal, "It's rude to leave in the middle of the party." And then sort of slump because she's exhausted. You do have an advantage left, just as an FYI. Um. Okay, good to know. Um. Yeah, so Oathy's going to use a bonus action to put Shield of Faith back up, get my AC back up to 23, and then start running up. So move 35 feet. How far away from Ragda does that put me? Okay. Then yeah, we'll just use the move and regular action to go 70 feet then. Yeah, just get me to within 60 feet. Sixty's good. No closer than 60. Oh, I love that. fantastic. I'm gonna, from 60 feet away, I grabbed an advantage earlier with channel points. I'm gonna use that now to cancel out the disadvantage of the range. And I'm gonna throw Sid at the enemy. So he's just like struggling, running up, gets the vortex warp. Here we go. And yeah, let's see what happens with this attack here. Obsidian Throne. Here we go. So that is a 22. Fabulous. I love this hammer so freaking much. That's 14 damage. And then let's see here, as I believe it's a bonus action. Yeah, bonus action. I'm going to use Cheer Up. As a bonus action, you lift the mood of a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier, which is 2. They gain 1 point of inspiration they can use to reroll a d20 roll of their choice once. They can't benefit from this if they already have 1 or more inspiration points, which I don't think anybody does, right? All right. Ian and Par, you've been getting the short end of the stick with the rolls, so you do get the inspiration point. and that'll end my turn. Oh yeah, you love to see it. Yeah, Othi wants to gather up the shards of that scythe for something later. Okay.
Thank you. If you didn't show up, we might not still be here.
I have a knack for showing up where I'm needed. I will kind of hold my arm out to her.
And she grabs your arm and pulls you in for a hug.
I will hug her back then.
Okay. As she sighs. Okay. Well, come see me later. When you have time. I know there's a lot going on. I need to go check on some things and some people, and I know you need to do the same. But we'll catch up.
Be careful.
You too. Although, clearly you can handle yourself. She laughs on her way out.
I follow after. I assume I know where my mother is.
Yeah, you know where you're going. Mm-hmm. Anything else down here?
Yeah, after Ben shot that cold ray and we just saw that is over, Marosha fell flat on his back, exhausted from trying to do something, and just puts one hand in the air and goes, I'm done. I want my money, and Othi, please get me the hell out of the Fey realm. I'm done. I'm done. It's too much. Put me back on a boat. Wonderful city. Love you. I want to go home.
After he lands, Ben kind of gives one of the ice shards a good kick, like, yeah, and the fucking horse you rode in on.
As you all are led up out of the
Real
vault,
quick
out of the
before-
chamber. Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, I forgot. I didn't realize
Yeah.
I was muted. Before everybody goes, like as the din is kind of quieting down from the chaos, Varen will shift back into its normal Minotaur-esque form, and will look around, and almost with like an unhinged glee, looking around at the surrounding chaos, and Varen will reach into the sack at its waist and go, "Yes, Varen is very helpful," and will dump out all of the good berries. "Small ones, mice, pixies, take these. Bring them to those who need. Varen is helpful."
And as you jump all of these good berries out, the Mouse King, oh yeah, get him! Go! And yeah, all of these mice, all of these rats, pick up all these good berries, and they start to spread them, disperse them throughout the city, giving them to people who are wounded, people who need them, people who might need a little bit of help. As Viren has been very helpful. As you're all led up into the top, into the castle of the Summer Court, you could see the city around you, and it still stands, but it is needing some repair, as there was an onslaught here. And it looks like there, well, was a bit of a skirmish earlier. You know, all the demons that came through the portal. But it also looks like there is larger entities you hadn't seen that are no longer here as well. You look over at the scene and you see that there is a massive ichor stain that is in the shape of maybe a T-Rex that is not quite around any longer. The walls have been destroyed in some places. Some buildings are gone, but the city stands. And as you get led into the court room themselves, you see the members of the court also exhausted in their own rights. But they're all still here. As the Summer Queen gestures to you all. They'll be back. But now we know what their plan is. And when they do return, whenever that is, we'll be more ready for them. You. And she points over at you, Othi. You have those pieces.
Yes, I do.
Thank you for destroying that. Whoever did.
And Othi points over to Varen and is like, well, we're both in Varen's debt.
She got you too. It was very interesting seeing the fight from that perspective.
Interesting's a interesting word for it, you could say.
I hated it, but I loved watching you all. That was what truly saved us. Now, how can we repay you today? We have many things. If you need money or jobs, you have all proven yourself to be incredible assets to the realm. Regardless of which court you are from, and she looks over at you, Gren, you are an asset to the wilds themselves. I know some of you wish to travel, wish to leave, wish to rest. Tell me. Now what?
Well, in that case, a bigger asset than myself, and I'll spend my last second level spell slot to conjure another spiritual weapon that is the symbol of Lucin. Bigger asset than myself would be the Moonlit King.
I see. We could work on this. Plus, it'll make the other court a little unhappy. I'm okay with this. Welcome in, Gren. We'll work on finding Lucin wherever he happens to be. And the rest of you.
Othi will speak up. About the shards that I collected. I was going to try and find somebody in the city, but you're probably the best one to ask since you're here. I would like to take the remnants of this, and like her face just gets twisted a little bit as she says it, this vile thing. I want to melt it down and change it into a shield that can protect people from such horrible fates.
Wonderful idea, indeed. I think we can make that happen. Dov, that one's to you. As you see this Korrid nod. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll work on that. We can make that happen.
And Othi, with sort of a kind of shaking hands, will hand the pieces over.
Excellent. Yeah, do you want to help?
I would love to. I have a hammer.
Yeah, we're going to need that. Great. And he notices the hammer. Oh, that's a good one.
Thought you might notice that.
Yeah. No wonder it's fun. I like you already.
Othi manages a genuine smile for that.
Okay. Who's next?
I think Varen will kind of look and go, any reward that must be given, please give to Brother Ox. Varen was here on his behalf. However, if you wish to do Varen a kindness, send a message to the spring of wrath
and tell them that Verin will be joining very soon, and they should prepare.
We can accommodate this. And Veronestra, and she looks over. Yes, Mother. I believe the Grove has some things that you might help clean up as well. Of course. We'll send your message. And you...
Thank you. Oh, no. Verin would go back to the Grove. Verin does not wish to go to the stream of hunger, the stream of wrath. No, Verin is merely playing a joke on its family.
I see.
Verin will never be its house guest.
Jokes are even more welcome. We'll make sure to send your message.
Thank you.
Marosha. What have you?
I'll be honest. My requests are extremely selfish compared to everyone else's. Marosha's a pirate at heart, and he goes, we had there was a talk about payment around 10,000 gold and a very nice boat for me to sail on.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. He's like really shocked that it was that easy. Oh, okay.
Would you like a crew for your ship as well, Captain?
Yes, I would.
Now, maybe a selfish question on my part. Would you prefer to go solo, or would you prefer to work with me?
I would prefer to go solo, but I'm more than happy to take care of any tasks for you and your court.
Well, solo it will be then. And when we require your aid, we will reach out.
And we'll answer. Thank
Wonderful. You. Ben. And what of you?
Ben kind of looks at Veronestra knowingly, and then to the queen and kind of between them. You, and he kind of glances at Veronestra and know what I want. That hasn't changed. I just want to go home.
And we can accommodate this as well. Is there anything you would like to bring with you?
He just kind of gestures at himself. The things he's wearing, the things he's carrying.
I understand. We can accommodate this as well, of course.
He almost kind of looks a little bit shell-shocked, like he can't believe that that's actually a thing that's going to happen. Oh, really? Just that easy?
Well, you are a savior of the realm. Of course it is.
Just like that.
Would you like it to be done now?
Well, and he kind of glances to the others. Maybe, spend a one more night.
Wonderful.
And then I think that's enough. It's been a long time.
Yes, I imagine so. Return here when you are ready, and we will send you home.
Thank you.
And you know you can't leave without a third round send off.
Yeah, all right. That's fair enough.
All right.
Later. Tonight.
Princess, anything that you might ask of me?
Oh, was she asking me?
She's asking you, yes.
Oh, I think Penumbra still looks like Lorelai, but is kind of sitting on the arm of her sister's throne and is like in the process of patching up her side and looks very surprised that she was included in this. Oh, I was not expecting anything. And kind of stares into the middle distance for a moment. I have done this job dutifully for 3 centuries. I would ask that I be allowed to allow someone in.
I accept your request. You must be careful. You know your role here. But you've proven yourself. I trust you. If you trust them, this is acceptable.
Thank you. And I will psychic whisper to Othi. You've proven yourself on the field with how I am planning to change Lorelei's image. It would be helpful to have somebody privy to my secrets as a guard. If you are interested, you don't have to answer me now, but find me later. Let me know.
As you all leave the room.
Oh, shoot. I was
really.
muted. Sorry.
Odie.
She doesn't say anything back, but she does physically nod to Ilyana in a, okay, I'll let you know, kind of a nod.
And you have anything else that you would like to do in the city before we wrap up? Where does everyone go off to? Now that the Feywild has not succumbed to demons. Varen, what do you do?
Immediately
Not just for
or
this
the long
evening,
term?
but in the both, really. I'm gonna ask you both
All right.
for the evening, and then also, where do you go off to?
So for the evening, Varen is going to try and be convivial, and go and Varen's still not really a drinker, but is still going to go out to the pubs and to whatever taverns are being loud, and will. You're not really sure how to engage or how to participate, but we'll be there and will just let itself exist in the excitement. And afterwards, it will be going back, stopping at the Way of Brother Ox, and having had an idea on the route. When he gets to the monastery, he'll make a request of Brother Ox to deliver a very large, very shiny statue to the Grove of Hungers. Not really sure, no specifics on what the statue is. Just if
Brother Ox, if word is around that there is great greed in the Forest of Hungers, more will come, more will hunger, and the forest, the grove, will eat.
I see. Well, Varen, you have done good. I'm proud of you. We will make this done. Continue on this path. And he
Yes.
remains silent.
And then Varen will go back to the Grove of Hungers. And what does it look like once it gets past the tree line? Hard to say.
Well, Varenestra has also eventually made her way also over there. And she's going to help you clean up any demons that are still around, any fiends that might still be around, and try to help you regrow parts or all of the Grove of Hungers. And eventually the statue appears. And it is a statue of a massive tree that sits in the center of the grove. taller than the rest of the trees. You can see it over the tops of the canopy as eventually the grove grows around it, and it becomes a anchor for many of the magics of the Grove of Hunkers and the entities that live there, casting a new protection from Brother Ox and protecting your own home. Marosha.
Marosha definitely went with Varen to the taverns. That's definitely the first thing that he kind of wanted to do to mellow out. And I think towards the end of the night, as things are still going on, he kind of isolates himself for a little bit to kind of sit with his thoughts. Because of course, this tracks is one of the many adventures of this character pushing forward. And after everything happens that night, and we say our proper goodbyes, and he adorns the ship, he actually, the first thing that he does is he sails out to meet an old friend, acquaintance, former relationship. He heard that she had commandeered a Spanish naval ship somewhat, and he kind of wants to see what she's got going on. It's a call back to you, Raven, when we did that other thing.
I remember.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's where he starts.
Okay. And eventually you find her sailing the seas as the two of you go off and become more pirates, enjoying the oceans in each other's company. Until the next time you're called upon. Othi.
Othi has a number of things that she has to do that evening. I think she first goes and talks to Ileana. And says, so, I heard what you said. I think I would be happy with that. I don't really want to be part of the guard anymore, though. That is kind of behind me. But if you needed someone who worked directly for you, like I don't know, an agent or something, whatever we want to call it. I don't want to do guard or police work anymore. But everything else, that sounds good. I would like that.
Well, that was my intention. The work I do is a bit out of the ordinary. And so would the work that you would do as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would like that.
We have adventures ahead of us then.
It'll be fun. And she gets a grin at that.
All right.
After that, she probably goes somewhere alone for an hour or so, and kind of processes what all just happened to her, which was traumatic. So there's probably some private time of processing and probably crying and kind of getting back to a baseline. But once she's done that, she'll rejoin her friends, probably down at Malone's again. Drink way too much of everything and eat way too much food. And just have a really good time with everyone. She'll be there to send off Marosha. And Ben as well. For sure. And then, yeah, after that, she'll help turn that scythe into a shield and work with Ileana or Lorelei or whatever name she'll be going by. And I think she'll probably have some new what's the word I'm looking for? A new sort of symbol for her armor of a scythe breaking on a shield. On like on her pauldrons and on her shield.
That's sick.
Yeah, and I think that closes this chapter for Othi and opens up new ones for later down the line.
Absolutely. As both of you are now with your new shield and your new hammer, you are ready for whatever happens next. Gren.
Hey. I think that night, Gren will eventually make his way to Malone's, but first spends his time in really like a locals only sort of bar, just through virtue of rustic hospitality. And I think really tells him 250 years worth of stories, as he's I think he's ready to finally embrace this new age that he finds himself in. Still doesn't know how old he actually is at this point, but he's I think he's ready to finally take the first step and on from the future. And the very next day, probably scoops up Avery somewhere and goes to see the Queen of Cats, because he's got sending now, and first thing on his mind is to restore the Moonlit King. It's his fondest wish at the moment.
Excellent.
And the journey's never really over.
And Avery themselves has been running around with the forest guard. They were in the city, helping people out where they could. They're not really a fighter necessarily, so they weren't on the front lines, but they are quick, and they are good against a demon. Not a lot of them. So they were running around playing kind of backup goalkeeper for some of the other entities and forest guards throughout the city. But they are more than happy to assist you on your journey, and more importantly, to go home, as you, with the help of the Summer Court and the assistance from them, head back to Gefelden and to the Queen of Cats to go find Lucin, whoever he may be.
Yep. No matter how long it takes, that's Gren's future plans, and however that shakes out.
Okay.
Gren also does tell Ben that I've always got sending, so I'll check on you from time to time. If you need help, always available.
Wonderful. Ileana.
Yeah. That evening, I do not go back to the tavern with everyone. I think there's a lot of stuff to do. A lot of stuff to do in the aftermath of this attack. But one of the things I make time for that evening is to go and speak with Clenia, since I have been given permission to allow somebody in, as long as she is willing, after I express the weight of the secrets that I would be letting her into. I would do that.
And she is. She was curious from the get-go, especially after seeing you in the fight as you. And that's what she wants to know. Offering up that opportunity to her, she takes it. As you tell her everything. And she sits and listens. And then just holds you. Thank you. This all makes so much more sense. I'll keep your secret and your safety. And
yeah, I will just hug her back very tightly.
Mm-hmm.
And for the future, I think we see kind of a skip, and I think we see Lorelai looking like her with slightly shorter hair, and Othi in like a very dense desert town. It's unclear what plane they're on or where they are at. Kind of huddled up against a wall. She pulls the mask down to talk, but you can see hanging around her neck a small pendant filled with water. Sklenia is a naiad, a river nymph. And this has some of her river waters in it that Lorelei carries. She pulls her mask down with the kind of sand and wind whipping around them. Okay, you ready to kick the door in? He's looking down at Othi. I think this is the point where we need your muscle for this job.
And Othi looks down at her hammer and goes, "All right, Sid, you ready?"
Yeah, I'm born ready. Let's go.
Let's do it. And then, there's just a big hammer smacking the door down.
Lorelei and Othi doing some clandestine operation in some other place.
Someplace.
I
And
love
Sid's into it. Excellent. I love that setup. Ben.
Yeah, Ben is going to spend the evening with the gang, getting another arm wrestling match with Marosha. No telling, well, no telling how that's going to go. That's a crapshoot. When he gets ready to leave Malone's, he does tell everybody goodbye. Maybe gets a little emotional because he has kind of gotten attached, but it doesn't look like he is actually going to stay the whole night in my hay. He wants to go home. And yeah, I think I'm also going to do a little skip forward. He is with a woman and 2 children, young teens. And it sounds like somebody is at a distance counting down from 10 over a speaker. And there's kind of like a lanyard around his neck. And there's a symbol printed on it, a blue circle with white lettering and a red swish on it.
Wonderful. As you all go off on your own adventures, after saving the Feywilds, you'll be called on again. Eventually. Maybe. Depending on what happens. But for now, the realm's quiet, recovering. And so are you. Till you go off on your next missions. And that's where we're going to wrap up season 2.
That was
Champions of the Fae.
That was phenomenal. I love that.
Oh man.
Yeah, we're gonna raid soon. But before we do, I want to give everybody a chance to say what was their favorite part of the session, favorite part of the season, and then where we can find them and if they'd like to share anything or plug any projects or anything like that. And yeah, let's stick with what we've been doing. Reverse order from intros. So Andy, we'll start with you.
Man, that was great. Yeah, I really liked that last part. Hearing what you all went off to and did. And I'll be honest, when Ben said he's got teas at home, I was like, oh, that guy. So that was nice. You didn't die. Hey, I love that part also. Great job surviving, because it was tough. It was a tough fight. So good job on that. That was awesome. That was so much fun. Thank you everyone else for being here if you're watching or when you watch this later on YouTube. But besides that, hey, fantastic. All your characters are so good. I loved all of them. As far as season stuff goes, wow, there's so many cool moments throughout the season. But I think the overarching thing that I liked the most was your characters interacting with each other and getting to know each other, and starting with not having known each other even a little bit, except for the 2 of you that did, and becoming this group. And I know that's how D&D works, yada yada yada, but the role play that you all were doing and the characters that you built here were wild in their own right, but perfect for exactly which we wanted to do here. And I think that was incredible. Great job. That was so much fun. As far as where you can find me, it is on the internet sometimes. Twitter is Martinez Tweets. Sometimes I stream. That'll be happening more this 2 weeks. I have spring break right now. That'll be exciting. But, as long as I'm not sleeping 13 hours a day, which I gave myself the one. Hey, heading up next in a few months, we're going to be on our new podcast, Emergent Code, our Animon story, which we've been working on for a little bit at this point. We have some characters and some Animon ready to go. A little bit of world building. You'll see some information about that in the next month or so. Probably. I don't know the timeline off the top of my head. Before the summer, probably. So I'm really stoked on that project. And we'll see what happens next. Hope to see you all around. And incredible. You guys are so fun. That's me.
Awesome. Zan, was favorite part of the session, the season? Where can folks find you? Anything you want to share?
Favorite part of the session. This is kind of some inside baseball, but man, our little Zoom chat tonight was on fire. And it was absolutely
okay. That's also fair.
Just the Twitch chat, the Zoom chat, everywhere our personalities was on fucking fire tonight. It was very good. It's hard to isolate a single moment in the session because finale and all the good shit. I do find it immensely interesting though that at the last epilogue I hit on a plant, and in the penultimate session this time I was a plant. So there's trends, I guess. Yeah, I am Xander, Insanity TTRPG on the places. I am pretty much not on Twitter anymore, but hey, hit me up and send me a message on there on Discord, and I'm sure I'll be able to get back in touch with you. I have a few things coming off recently. I've got Super Suits is still releasing every other Monday. It's still absolutely kick-ass. Also, keep your eyes peeled on Ghost Train when I will be showing up to be a very good-hearted possibly a union organizer. So that's going to be a lot of fun. If you enjoyed me being a terrifying forest horror, well, I assure you I make an equally intense unionman. But I also have some games on Start. I'm a therapeutic GM and a professional GM. And as far as professional GMs, I do have some games that are still open. I have full spots open for my Afterlife games, 3 p.m. on Saturday, and my Orbital Blues games that are 7 p.m. on Saturday. Both of those are campaigns, totally open. Let me know if you want to play it, and we'll make a spot if that time doesn't work for you. I also only have 2 seats open for the Prize Fighters 3 p.m. on Sunday game. That's going to be a Beam Saber campaign modeled off of Megas XLR, G Gundam, and Zoid's New Century. Think rodeo, but minor leagues with big gun wielding robots. Going to be a lot of fun there. Additionally, I have had Crawdaddy Knows Best on there for a little while. I'm going to pull that off, and instead, the town that Crawdaddy Knows Best is based in got absolutely fucking ruined last week. And when I say ruined, I mean 2,500 houses destroyed. So gotta love infrastructure in Mississippi. So instead of doing that on there, donate $25 to some kind of charity in the organization, send me a receipt, and I'll run it for you and your friends whenever you have the time and you want to put some folks together. I don't have any recommendations for organizations in particular because everything there is fucked in some way or another. If you know somebody that needs it, that's the best place to give it. Or I don't know, it seems like maybe the Create Foundation seems like it's all right, but it sucked either way. So yeah, take a picture. Let me know that you did a donation, and I'll be happy to run something for you. And that's it for me now.
All right. Yeah. Next we've got Par. What was your favorite part of the session, the season? Where can folks find you, and all that good stuff?
my favorite part of the session, I think, is Ben getting that final kill with the nat 20. I think only player nat 20 of this session. I was sort of waiting for Ben to pop off with something explosive, and I was a big advocate behind the scenes of him just blowing all of us to bits right there in the middle of the chamber. Would happily grappled for that. As far as the whole season, I think the addition of Ian and by extension Marosha to this season was a big up. I think that joining an established party can be a tough thing sometimes for people, but I think even from episode 1, you really fit like a glove, and it just felt like the whole band was getting back together. So I think that's probably, I think it all came together, and I think it's pretty grand season, pretty fun time. You could find me at YouTube and Twitch at Mr. Bar. I need some water before I did this. And you can find me on Twitter at Mr. Bar40. And I think that's me wrapped.
All right. Big agree on that. Next, M, what was your favorite part of the session, the season? Where can folks find you, and anything you want to share?
Oh, on the slightly selfish side, one of my favorite parts of the session, finally getting a kill on a big bad. That's nice. I'm sorry, I would have loved something big and explosive too, but I blew all my level 3 spell slots. On a less selfish note, just the combat in general on that final fight, because we were really spread thin and it was looking kind of iffy and I was getting kind of nervous, but sorry, my voice has been going all evening long. But this whole season too, we were pretty competent and worked together really well. And again, like Zan said, combat and roleplay not mutually exclusive. So combat was really fun. Roleplay was really fun. All the little character interactions in between, during travel, in between travel, all the little secrets that came out. And also, again, thank you for putting up with my ridiculous homebrew nonsense. That was a lot of fun. Favorite part of the season? Just hanging out with y'all. Y'all are awesome. I am gonna miss that a lot, but I'm glad I got to be here. I'm Emily. You can find me at Timberdoodles on Twitter. I am a digital artist, and you can probably find me on a game here again eventually. Yeah, glad to be here.
Awesome. Ian, what was your favorite part of the season, or the session, the season? Where can folks find you? Anything you want to share?
Man, of the favorite part of the session, I think there's a lot, like everyone said before, it's really hard to pinpoint. I think if I had to pick something, like it would be Andy, and just how like diverse you are with managing everything, and every character, whether they were an NPC or somebody we're going against, just had this very distinct individuality. And I know, like, being on that side of the screen, so many things in the fire, it was really enjoyable. I also like the fact that everyone puts up with my little ad libs or whatever at random times. And so I 100% appreciate that. I also appreciate you guys, like you said, you guys have had seasons before, and kind of jumping in with this group new. It really did, just like we've been playing for a while, anyway. So thank you for making me feel comfortable. Thank you for allowing me to bring in a character that's completely different than what the structure was for. I was completely not non-Fey at all, and it still was great. It was a lot of fun. So I appreciate the opportunity to hang out and play with you guys. That's kind of like my thing for this session and for the whole season, honestly. The RP was amazing. The The combat was fun. It was at most some points, I'm pretty sure, like watching on the stream, you could just see me kind of doing this because there are moments that I'm forgetting that I'm going next and I have to figure something out because I'm just enjoying the story. So that was I loved it. Thank you again so much for that. But yeah, you guys, my name is Ian. You can find me on all socials at your boy Big, which is YABOIBIG. Definitely follow my Twitter to see what I'm doing next. Upcoming this week, Sundays are really heavy for me. The Magic RPG channel is picking back up on their season 2 of Icewind Dale, where I do play a tiefling bard. And I think things are getting a little bit spicy, right? Picking up after a little bit long break. In addition to that, I am going to be part of a mini campaign on Times Lord's Wife's channel, their Draken Rider campaign, to where we decided to be a very, very attractive elf party, and the art for it is amazing. But it's pretty much How to Train Your Dragon, but spicy. So definitely come through on that, see how we get our dragons and how we train them. That's building to be a wonderful and fun story, and we haven't even started anything yet, so I'm super excited. And then, of course, I have the lovely opportunity to be part of the Emergent Code crew and being a kid in that, living out my Digimon dreams, doing that as well. And I'm super excited for that. The art is amazing. The cast is amazing for that, too. It's just very lucky and very blessed to be able to jump in with people who've been doing this for a while, and they're just awesome folks to begin with. So, but yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Anna, what was your favorite part of the session, the season? Where can folks find you? Anything you want to share?
There are dozens of favorite parts from this session and this season from everybody at this table. But to narrow it down, because I know everyone is tired, Gren grappling and dive bombing Shraxia, taking that damage to drive them into the ground was a choice moment. I very much appreciate that. Of the season, so many moments, but just because I like poking fun at them. Zan's face with my the reveal of who Penumbra finally was. I'm going to go back and GIF it eventually because it was great. But yeah, I am Anna, aka Archival Dust Bunny in most places on the internet, queer and trans advocate, museum worker, TTRPG streamer, podcaster.
Cat.
If any of that sounds interesting, you can find me on Twitter at Archival Dustbun and most other social media at this place. Tuesday nights after this very soon, you can find me over on Ballad of the Seven Dice with Nostradamus Core Phantom Ice, a brand new Lancer mini campaign. I am playing a disaster lesbian nuclear cavalier. We're going to see how far I get into the season before I blow myself up. It's going to be a lot of fun. Wednesday nights, you can find me over on Valdrin's channel with season 2 of Morphs in the Swamp, our Animorphs Blades in the Dark campaign. Things are getting tense again. We have found out some very serious things. And the story's getting great. Season 2 is a great place to jump in. We recap it all at the beginning. But season 1 is also available on YouTube if you are interested. Sunday, find us over on Thorny Dryad's channel for U-Force Inheritance, our Masks actual play. Amazing cast of characters and players. All of the episodes are available on demand. It's only a monthly show, so it's very easy to catch up and stay current. And it really is just a fantastic story. We cram so much into every episode that it is worth the couple hours that you spend watching it. I play a protege with far too much responsibility on her shoulders, especially now that she is dating the doomed character. Surely there'll be no drama or trauma there. So come and check that out. Saturdays, every other Saturday, starting April 8th, over on Lost Caravan, Fabula Ultima. We have a Fabula Ultima campaign, which is a JRPG-inspired TTRPG. With, again, an amazing cast, some really fun characters. We have some really cool character art coming for that soon as well. Of course, if you want to see more Lancer, find me at Response Team Omnicron, anywhere you normally get your podcast, and on Twitter at RT Omnicron. And of course, as has been mentioned here multiple times by wonderful cast members, Emergent Code is coming soon. We will have a character reveal trailer, probably within the next month or so, as all that art is getting finished. It is all amazing. We got to see more of it tonight. And we cannot wait to share these characters with you because they are wonderful and our cast is wonderful. And you can find us currently on Twitter at Emergent Code Pod.
Awesome. That just leaves me. Favorite part of the session. Actually, a little bit of an odd one. So there was a moment there with the whole soul stealing thing where some of Othi's trauma kind of brushed up unexpectedly against my own trauma. So my favorite part was the fact that like this group is just, I feel so incredibly safe with this group that I was able to mention it. And yeah, Andy, you kind of told me what was going on. So I was like, oh, okay. So it went from being oh crap, I didn't expect this to affect me this way, to being a wonderful part of the story and something that actually ended up helping me identify with Othi even more than I already do. So that was wonderful. I mean, we always focus a lot on safety and stuff on the channel, but especially with this group, I really appreciated that. Other things from this session, God, the whole thing was amazing. I loved what everybody did in combat. I loved how you all role played it out. I loved everybody's sort of closing out of this. Like, where are they going to be after this? It was all phenomenal. And the season. I've been sitting here thinking this whole time and I still can't narrow it down. One of my favorite things has been how everyone has brought so much roleplay into the combat that it didn't feel like two separate things. Roleplay was constant. Just sometimes the roleplay was around combat, sometimes it wasn't. Everybody did a phenomenal job with that. Definitely echo what was said about bringing Ian in. Yeah, Marosha fit in perfectly, and it was super nice to get to do more character development with Othi and Marosha. We had done like I can't remember, was it like a 3-shot, I think, something like that, with the two characters before. So it was really cool to get to build those out further, and how all the characters grew into a cohesive group very quickly. I thought was amazing. Marosha was the sea salt seasoning that was the missing ingredient. I love that. And big shout out to Andy for putting this just incredible 3-dimensional fleshed out world, and literally every NPC feels like a 3-dimensional fully developed character. It's amazing, especially with all the voices. And Anna for making the map that we had displayed in some of the episodes as well. And I think it's over on the coffee page for this show too. Just absolutely incredible. Yeah, I'm really gonna miss this game in particular. But I'm really happy with how we closed it out. Where you can find me next, I think this is it for Blackfeather Guild streams until after I'm fully moved and settled. Animus on Saturdays is on a hiatus until I can get settled, which should hopefully be no later than the end of April. I'm doing a charity stream at the end of April. I don't have the details in front of me, but I will be putting that on Twitter and Hive probably, because Twitter's getting even more broken than it has been. So I will probably be transitioning over to Hive sooner rather than later. So look for those. I have the same name on both places. look for details on that. Also, I'll be in the Black Feather Discord, every day. So if you're not in there already, blackfeather.club, you can join in on the Discord and talk to me there. Let's see. Private games. I will have those starting up again in April once I moved in. So I've got 2 campaigns that I'm running right now. One is a time traveling horror campaign, which unfortunately our main players in that had to drop out due to budget and schedule changes. So we've actually ironically reset the timeline on that. So we're back to the beginning. That'll be a fantastic time to start because we're going to be having another session 0 for that, to get everybody that's new kind of reintegrated into what's going on. And then I have one every other Thursday, which is The Last of Us inspired, basically same world setting, but this is taking place in Salt Lake City, and we're using Google Maps as the play map essentially. So anything that's in Salt Lake City right now that you can see, a ruined 20 years later version of that is in the game. So it's a pretty cool way to have just ridiculously expansive maps and world building because it's based on real world stuff. But that's every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Both of those are over at startplaying.games /GM/RAVVYN. The link will be in chat here in a minute. And then I've got a one-shot coming up as well, that'll be on the off Thursdays. And those are going to be half off. So if you're interested in seeing what my games are like when I run them, you can hop in on one of those one-shots for half off, which is pretty cool. I think that is everything. So yeah, we're going to go on a raid, and then we'll see you next time. Bye, everybody.